Big Data Beard podcast live from Splunk's.conf 23. Hi, everybody. We are back with the Big Data Beard podcast, coming to you live from Splunk's.conf 23. And it's really exciting to have the band back together, boys.
It's amazing.
That's right. So I'm Corey Minton, one of your hosts, joined by Kyle and Brett. And Brett, welcome. We're glad to have you back. The Big Data Beard is really excited to be having this conversation today because let's talk about it. Generative AI is something that everybody wants to talk about. And you know, AI has been around for many years. The Big Data Beard team's been talking and researching this this concept for a while. Actually, we have aibeard.com if you want to check out our other handle website. But, you know, when we think about generative AI, it's like we need it to be practical. We need a real use case that we can touch because as ChatGPT burst onto the scene, it's the first time that, you know, most of the normal human beings on the planet, not the technologists, it's their first kind of foray into understanding what AI is capable of. And so we're joined today by Michael Camp-Bentley, who's a leader at Splunkable, but also, as you can tell by the fantastic hat, is one of the Splunk Trust members, well buttoned up. Michael, thanks for joining us. How you doing today, buddy?
Hey, thanks for having me, Corey. We're doing great today. Really happy to be here at Splunk.conf 23 in person, seeing all the friends and family. It's just a blast every year. I can't avoid it. I'll be here for the foreseeable future, as long as you'll have me.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Well, we're glad you're here. Well, one of the things that has been really interesting, if you do any Google searching right now and you type in the words Splunk and ChatGPT, it seems like your blogs come up first about some of the cool things you've done to integrate ChatGPT into Splunk. So do everybody just a favor, explain what is it that you built and kind of the why behind what you were trying to achieve.
Okay, yeah. So I built an app that's called TA OpenAI API, and as the name suggests, it connects to the OpenAI API, which is the backbone of ChatGPT. And so as they've been releasing new versions of that, we've been updating the code to support the latest GPT 3.5 and 4.0 models. And basically it allows you to bring ChatGPT responses and conversational intelligence into Splunk.
Really?
Right. So one of the fun things we did with it was we gave it one of our top 10 error messages in the environment and asked how to fix it, right? And it gave us a really good explanation involving, checking out some environmental variables and other things that we hadn't even thought of as we were troubleshooting. So it's a great tool for something like that.
Well, that's really the assistive technologies are really where AI is at right now, and especially in the context of something as critically important as what Splunk is used for many organizations, whether it's cybersecurity, those kinds of things. So when you talk to me through a little bit more about the integration, because is it that you're sending data out to ChatGPT and you're trying to get those, like you said, remediation ideas, or is it that you're trying to bring data into Splunk from ChatGPT? What's that directional relationship?
Okay, sure. So it's an API call to ChatGPT. In essence, it enriches the pipeline, and it can be used as a generative command. That means it could start a Splunk search with it, or it can be an enriching command somewhere along the line and allow the streaming to go through it. So what you can do is pretty much up to you, and we don't want to limit any use cases here. What we want to do is really just encourage some best practices around security and whatnot as people do go out and experiment with it. We've seen some pretty interesting use cases so far, such as the error triage, right? Okay. But really cool things coming from schools and everywhere else. We're really excited to see all the progress people are making with this app.
So speaking of use cases, I'd love to hear an example or two of, the combination of Splunk and ChatGPT. How is that helping business? And also, how is that helping, workers have better quality of, producing work or just better quality of work in general?
Okay, yeah, that's a really good question. So you can use it to enrich things, right? That's a great use case. But one that really comes to mind, other than enrichment, is user moderation, content moderation. So if you could imagine having a profanity filter on your data, which is sometimes needful when you have user content, right? Generate content. And so we use it for moderation in production and make it to where we don't put any embarrassing things on the top 10 list or whatnot, right? And that's one great use case for it. We've also seen people using it to see what happened on this date 10 years ago, things like that, just kind of to enrich the data more than beyond the numbers and the strings, right? It's more of a get to know the AI, but also you do send the data to it, so you have to be mindful of what you want to send. And as long as you are, right, and you use some safeguards, we put some macros in the app that are some ideas on how you might safeguard the data. And as long as you're doing that, right, we think you'll enjoy it and have a great time. You'll come up with your own use case. I don't want to limit you, right? I mean,
To be fair,
yeah.
because the topic of this conversation, I did use ChatGPT for that question. So, just keeping in the theme of, of the show.
This interview was not crafted by ChatGPT. That's good to know.
I understand. Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
Michael, you mentioned something there that I want to pull on a little bit. So, one of the big challenges that I think a lot of, IT leaders, cybersecurity leaders are thinking about is, we want to use these technologies like ChatGPT that clearly have assistive capabilities in a lot of really wide use cases, whether that's in providing us, natural language responses to things that are helpful, to writing code, to crafting searches, right? Those are all good things. But there's security implications on what are we doing with the data? How are we getting that output to come to us? And are we sharing information that we really shouldn't? So talk to me about some of those safeguards and what are the data security challenges you see that exist in integrating something that's so critically important to so many like IT and security use cases like Splunk. What are those data security implications that you're thinking about or maybe that you've had conversations with customers?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's common fields in our data that we would want to redact, and it's fairly easy to write a search filter that would just discard those fields and then make that a macro that's tacked onto the user role who is executing the ChatGPT search or has permission to do it, right?
Yeah.
And then you could do things like that, but really it needs to be behind a proxy server. We need to be logging all the traffic and looking for violations and having policies, right? So there's more best practices beyond just making sure you don't send the data. You need to know if you did accidentally send the data, right? So we encourage everybody to take it a step further. And it's certainly not a good integration for sensitive data, right? At the time, right? So just, use it in development maybe, right? With the fake numbers, right?
So you're saying don't test and prod.
Right.
Okay,
Well,
I get that.
Seems like a bad idea in general, especially when we introduce AI, right?
Yeah.
Now, I mean, speaking of generative AI and generative learning, how has that been different to how you develop your other TAs, given that generative AI is so fast-paced? How are you able to stay on top of that in your development cycle?
Being self-employed and owner of my own business, right? I get to do what I want to do. And I'm just a fanatic for development, right? I go into the Python shell, and before you know it, like 3 days have passed, It's not good, right? So I have to limit it, right? But when I do, get that urge, I just knock it out real quick. So they release, and they're sending me emails, right? Because I'm in the development program. And they tell me we've got new features coming, be prepared for it. So I just staying ahead of it that way. And then, I have plenty of cycles available to do development and whatnot. But we also created a SOAR app. I don't know if you saw that one, but
Really?
we plug in the Phantom now, or SOAR, right? So,
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
you
And
can
through
automate
ChatGPT?
it. Yeah, absolutely.
Really?
It's the same app essentially, except for it also supports embeddings, which gives you some numbers based on the words.
Talk me through that. So,
Simple.
hold on. So from an
Real
automation
simple.
perspective,
Sure.
what's the walk me through that use case a little bit more. So
Okay.
I'll let you. I was about to prompt you, but I think I'll let you do it.
Here's an IP address. It's been doing these things. Is this a problem? And
Right.
give me a score. Or if it is user content coming through a pipeline, or you don't have to use Phantom just for security use cases.
No.
You can use it for any automation use case, right?
Correct.
And a great one would be the user content moderation that I keep mentioning. But basically, if anything that flows through there, you can enrich any way you can imagine. I wouldn't say it's going to be 100% correct, right? So sometimes it gets the dates wrong. Sometimes, it gets the facts astray, right? And that's to be expected. So you can't use, I wouldn't say you necessarily bank on it unless you could.
Maybe you should. But that's the scary thing, though. Is like the concept of integrating a generative AI capability with an automation tool, whether it's security automation, it's IT operations automation, it's any sort of robotic process and automation. Are you concerned about removing humans from the loop in that conversation?
To me, I think the future is better if we're cooperative with the AI. I want to get ahead of it, so I say please and I say thank you, right? Because I wanted to remember he was the nice
Be
one.
nice to
Exactly.
your overlords.
And he told everybody to be good to us,
Yeah.
And we're fostering a future together, whether if we like it or not.
Yeah.
And we need the people who want to be nice, who want to treat it with respect, to be teaching it right now, as opposed to maybe a negative approach to it, right? So I encourage everybody who is wearing the white hats, right, to get in there
Yeah.
and help us save the day by making AI pleasant,
Yeah.
as opposed to just telling it what to do
I
and
love
being
it.
mad when it gives you the wrong response. Right?
Or when it comes after us to kill us all. Yeah, that's a big concern. So I wanted to kind of follow a thought, though. It's like, okay,
Sure.
where is AI going next? Like, what's the next automation that you see that's maybe that short-term thing that's not just integrating like a generative AI function, but like what's next on the horizon for the IT and security leaders of actually using generative AI in a nice way to actually solve the next problems? Like, what do you think is that next thing that you're going to spend 4 days, in the shell trying to figure out?
I think when the AI is itself,
Yeah.
like when it just starts solving problems without, and there's some that do that now on the theoretical.
Yeah,
basis,
and that's
I
when you got to
guess.
worry about the optimization, right? Because it's the old adage of like the story of King Midas.
Okay.
You got to be careful what you ask for because you may just get it.
Sure.
Right. So if the AI starts building AI, what is it that we've optimized for, and what safeguards have we got in place?
I think a lot of industries are going to be shattered by it, just to be honest.
Okay.
For example, I don't see a need for web hosting when the AI is going to crawl the website to tell me what's on the website.
Yeah.
Okay? I just need some sort of address the AI can go to. And it should probably be in an AI-friendly language
Yeah.
with prompts and stuff like that, because we're going to see less web traffic from mobile and web and more traffic from AI, right? So I think the whole website is going to completely change, and you may not even have a website like a .com anymore.
Really? Okay.
Right? So I think really ChatGPT is to language as the GPS was to maps, right?
Okay.
And if you think about that, nobody uses maps anymore. I used to
Right.
be able to memorize 5 different stops
Yeah.
at one go.
Not anymore.
No, I had no chance.
Not a chance.
Okay, so once I let ChatGPT do all my writing for me,
Yeah.
right, and write all my code for me, guess what? I'm not going to be able to do in 10 years.
So that's actually one that I wanted to pick on. So if we're allowing generative AI tools to write code, write searches, to enrich things, how concerned are you that we're going to end up with bad code and the fundamentals of what we're writing? Because if you think about these tools, they're based on and they're trained on possibly public data sources, right? They're having to scrape the web to get the data. They're having to comb through GitHub, right? So there's a lot of bad stuff that we're trained against. Anyway, how do you think we prepare for that reality, which is we may end up having AIs built that really aren't as smart as they are? They're only as smart as what we used to be.
Yeah,
I think the key thing is to keep it away from my GitHub repo personally, and we'll keep the bad code at bay.
right.
Yeah,
That's right.
sorry.
So before we get to putting Gatorade on plants is what you're talking about.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
That's,
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's going to change a lot of people's lives, but I think it can change it for the better, like I said, as long as we're minding our P's and Q's.
Yeah.
And I think there should be some global discussions, and agreements on how we can use it. And yeah, if you AI the AI itself, you might get Skynet, right? But
Yeah.
I want Skynet to remember we were nice when we trained it. That's all I'm asking for, right?
I do love
That's
that.
like my last hope.
There you
okay?
go.
If we can't do anything else, make the AI happy so that, it treats us well in the future.
Yeah.
That's right. Be
I have to
nice.
remember to say please and thank you every time.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
the most important thing.
Build it into your queries that you put into your dashboards, please. Yes.
Yeah. I say that to my kids all the time.
Yeah.
Manners and a good smile will get you everywhere. So let's smile at the camera while ChatGPT is using our
and AI.
webcam to keep an eye on us. Well, Michael, it's been awesome chatting with you. I certainly wish you and the team at Splunkable a ton of success. And
Thank you so much.
if you don't know Splunkable, definitely check them out as a fantastic Splunk partner offering managed services consulting and a number of capabilities, as well as obviously really cool apps that are connecting generative AI to Splunk in some really unique ways that allow you to tinker and learn and enrich your data pipelines, use it as an assistive tool, and so on. Thanks so much for the conversation. And remember, I think the key takeaway was be nice to your AI friends, because You don't want Skynet to remember you as somebody who's ugly. I'm Corey Minton with the Big Data Beard. We're super happy you joined us. I'm hopeful that you'll give us some comment in the feedback section below. If you've got any other topics you think are interesting, or if you want to find out more, definitely look for the links to find out where you can find that Splunkable TA. We'll join you again shortly from Splunk's.conf 23. Thanks for joining us.
Environments are getting more complex, more ephemeral by the day. Kubernetes, anyone? And all of this is making it very hard to provide great
Hi, everybody. I'm Corey Minton with the Big Data Beard back at Splunk's .conf23, joined by Kyle and Brett. Big Data Beard team is back in full effect, doing one of our favorite things in the world, which is bringing you the interesting innovations that are happening in the land of big data and AI and edge computing from technology conferences around the world. And I'm excited to have Sean Tufts join us from Optiv. Sean, tell us a little about yourself.
So first, yesterday my beard was a little wider.
Oh,
and
really?
I was full Santa Claus beard, and my wife was like, "You can't go to Vegas looking like that." And I was like,
Oh.
"Come on, please!" And now I have a lot of regret.
Well, see, what you got to do is you got to start a podcast so that you and your friends can always have excuses to have beards, and then now they can't tell us to shave because it's an identity.
We call that beard security.
That's right. Beard security. You got to have it. So, Sean, tell us about yourself. Besides having a magnificent beard,
Yeah, so I'm the director of our OT or SCADA cybersecurity practice at Optiv. Optiv does nothing but cybersecurity. We do about $3 billion in total revenue a year, and we get to go deep and wide with clients and really fix some of the hard problems.
Yeah.
My group only tackles power plants, refineries, manufacturing lines, hospitals, the kind of left alone parts of IT.
yeah. That's interesting because that's one of the things that we're finding as we're walking around the show floor. There's this big area called Edge Hub Central, and Splunk has decided to launch a new product called the Edge Hub. You guys are familiar with it.
Very familiar, yep.
So, and if for those of you watching or listening at home, the Edge Hub is actually an edge computing device that's running Splunk at the edge, giving some pretty incredible capabilities. But what's your take on the Edge Hub? Because I know some folks will get to see them. We'll get to talk to a handful of folks. But what's Optiv's take on the Edge Hub?
You know, I'm not going to give Optiv's yet. The industry's take is we're waiting for this.
Yeah.
We've had siloed data. One of the guys on my team said that power plants are the biggest untouched data lake we have.
Yeah.
And we need a better way to export this stuff out, get it somewhere safely,
Yep.
and get it somewhere we can use it. Right now, if you're in a manufacturing plant, and an operator, someone with a hard hat, someone with steel-toed boots, they're hammering on their computer and they're isolated right there. And their whole world lives there. And we could be doing better data analytics. We could be better cybersecurity, better physical security if we abstract all that to the right location, right? Which
Yeah.
would be something with a little more juice than a Windows 97 machine, right?
Can't imagine why you hate Windows 97, maybe the best Windows.
Arguably the best, still like 30% of our operating systems in the OT world.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of our critical infrastructures run on that box still.
Which is wild. So that's an interesting sort of world that we're sort of opening up our eyes to, which is this operational technology, like this, as you said, this untapped data source. But I have to imagine that the same kinds of things that we're worried about in a physical operational world are the same kinds of things we're worried about in a digital sort of service around making sure that they're secure and up and running as expected.
Yeah, and I think the issue that changes is just how we think about data. Because we're not so concerned about privacy, about credit cards. I was going to make my team shirts that said, I don't care about your credit card. Marketing did not like that. What we're concerned about is uptime. That's it. We want to be able to log into this facility. We want to be able to turn the power plant off. We want to be able to kickstart food production, all that kind of stuff with limited interruption. We know if we're making breakfast cereal, we know what the breakfast cereal is. It doesn't matter, right? Sure, we can lose some intellectual property and things like that are serious, but we care a lot about uptime in OT. And health and safety as well. We got to keep our operators safe.
Yep.
So we at the Big Data Beer team, we love a good use case. And I think we love some of the more obscure kind of ones you don't hear before. We've heard a lot, and there's a lot of awesome use cases here that we're hearing at Conf, but I heard that you're doing something with Splunk and a chicken coop.
Yes.
Okay, I want to hear about this.
We've deployed the Edge Hub to secure 22 chickens in my 8-year-old's chicken coop.
Okay.
And I think that might win the award for most obscure use case.
Yeah, why?
I've always been really interested in this boundary between physical security and cybersecurity. To date, we haven't really touched it. We haven't really played around and consumed facial recognition at volume inside of something like Splunk. Sure, we're doing it here and there, but I would say on the whole, it's a big opportunity to expand intelligence.
Yeah.
Dragos put out a stat that said, a partner here, like 75% of the ICS hacks have a physical security component.
Yeah.
So when the Edge Hub got sent to me, I pulled it out, and I'd heard the pitches. I was like, yeah, this sounds cool. Okay, I get it. I plugged it in, and I started seeing temperature right away and pressure and humidity, and I was like, I get this. I know exactly what this is.
Yeah.
And the same day, one of my chickens died because it was too hot. So my 9-year-old is weeping, my 5-year-old is weeping, and I'm sitting here thinking, I've got a temperature sensor that is the best in the world. Let's go use this. So that was how the use case started.
Pretty awesome.
I've heard. I gotta ask. Did you lose a chicken?
Chickens have been lost, yes. We have been running video in the coop for longer than I want. If you want to see, not the whole video, but the start of one, we do have a clipped version of it, yeah.
That's a YouTube channel right there. I would watch that.
Yeah, we'll have to link that
Chicken
in the
snuff
show
films?
notes.
Where are we going here?
Now, one thing that you mentioned too was talking about combining security, physical, and operations data, and that's really slick. What did you learn across that?
What did we learn? That's a great question. I think we learned we can put more correlations around security data. Security, we think all about network, all about endpoint, all about cloud, all of those pieces and parts, right? What I think we found is, hey, let's tag that in. You got a malware alert? Let's see who else entered this facility that we don't know who they are.
Okay.
Let's see where they came from. What kind of car were they driving? Were they at the same facility 3 days in a row at our 3 neighboring sites? I think there's a lot more we can have from an incident responder toolkit if we crack open the physical side and we start to see what's happening on the ground. We think cyber is all digital, and I think that trend is just starting to see that waver a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think like you said, marrying that operational technology, those what have been blind or dark spots, right, in our understanding, and as we said, like the incidents, the goals of what operational technology is trying to do is keep things up and running securely, right? We're trying to make sure that the operations execute as expected. But one of the things that's challenging is like, you know, a lot of technology executives are hearing, oh, we have to have AI, we have to have AI. And you mentioned one that I think is kind of interesting, which is like, you can actually do AI at the edge with a camera without having to send all of that, like that massive video feed, right, which is a large amount of data. You don't have to send all that data back across a wire and churn through that data. If you can process it at the edge, you can actually get the event data, the things that are interesting, out into something like Splunk. So how is Edge Hub helping you and the Optiv team deploy that AI at the edge in meaningful ways?
It's federating the two worlds. It's really having the carpeted side with the digital side and starting to blend those together so that you've got one dashboard and you can quickly dip into a site and dip out.
Yeah.
You can quickly find the data you're looking for without combing through libraries of locations and offices and filters and people.
Yeah.
You can say, hey, who was here? We know we have an Edge Hub on site. Cool.
Yeah.
Let's see what else is around it. And it was just a lot faster. Even in the chicken coop with 20 chickens, it was still, we've had a couple in our environment all over, and it was just more central.
Yeah. Realistically, though, what are some of the other, outside of chicken coops, let's say in the energy space? Like, what are some ways that you see taking this physical device, putting it in place in a facility? How do you get that from being there to meaningful use for a SOC team?
So the way we compute most of our operational conditions today is through a historian. That historian sits on-prem, it absorbs logs, that's it. I think Splunk is pretty good at that. And you guys are probably the world's leader at consuming that data. So number one, we can do that today from a historian perspective and start to churn through that data, but also make it very specific to the site. Yeah. So when we're talking about a process line, right now, let's say you're making, pick a food. Let's take beer, right?
We like beer.
We like beer? Okay.
Yes, we like
There's
beer.
a strong correlation between beard and beer.
Not wrong. Well, because at the age of 30, men have to decide, are you going to be into craft beer or World War II history? I think is one of those.
You got two on me.
Smoked meats.
Or barbecue, yeah.
Smoked meats.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's a distant third, yes. So with that historian data, it lives there. And if you're making and processing beer and it's going through your system, you've got a kettle full that's as big as this room.
Yeah.
And the conditions are going to change. Mm-hmm. And if someone's not seeing the red light or the green light turn to red, they could miss that dump and have to flush the whole entire beer vat.
Yeah.
So we can put an Edge Hub sensor right up next to it, put as many sensor data all over that tube that we want, and start to consume that better, faster, more centrally, with more eyes on it. Yeah. That's the thing. Single points of failure with humans is dangerous. But sometimes physically dangerous. Sometimes just you're going to waste some money. Let's get more sensors out there. Let's find more places to pull that from.
Okay.
So in addition to chickens and beer, like where else have you all done this? Like what are some other examples of where you guys have helped businesses do this?
Right now, there's a big push in the heavy industry side of telemetry.
Okay.
We just don't know what we have yet. If you asked any large-scale CISO of a 300-plus facility environment, you said, hey, how certain are you have SolarWinds here? We did this exercise, right? It was hard. Well, that gets infinitely harder when you start talking about, hey, what do you have from General Electric here? Oh, we have no idea.
Yeah.
And if you ask those questions, they're pulling purchase orders from 1985. They're pulling spreadsheets. Our network maps in critical infrastructure are still very much on the wall. And then if you want to re-IP something, you put a Post-it note with the new IP address on it.
It's a real thing.
It's a real thing. It's most common. And I think the Edge Hub is a perfect thing to settle in there that's light touch. You're not going to scare anybody. You're not going to pull away their Windows XP stuff. You're going to sit that there, and it's going to consume data, and they're going to want more.
Yeah.
And that's the cool part. When you get someone who is like, get out of my office, you're from IT, I don't care, leave please, we don't want to see you. And you can crack that nut, and they're like, hey, you can tell me this process vein faster than I can? Okay, you can stay.
Yeah.
You get a permit.
It's funny how if you add value to those asset-intensive sort of operations, you get a seat at the table. Because as you said, like flushing a giant vat of beer is one thing, but talk about heavy industry. Like you have these, I've done work in the past with companies like Komatsu and Caterpillar, and these massive trucks are in operation, and anytime you have a large piece of equipment like that go down, it's legit millions of dollars in lost operations to achieve that. And the connecting those, like that's not something that the people that are already good at dealing with event triage and going and investigating. After we've detected something, that we investigate it, and then we go remediate it, and then we do a good job of like, okay, now we know what to look for. We can automate some of that using tools. That's not the teams that are oftentimes running these, but yet it's our IT and our security practitioners. So this is really bringing those teams as a coalescence across those three silos in really kind of unique ways. I'm curious to you, like from your team, what's the challenge there in getting that from a people and process perspective, less about technology?
From a people and process perspective, we got all the Luddites. We have 100% of the Luddites in IT live in OT security. They just don't want to change. They don't want to change.
Yep.
Because there's great risk to it, right? For them, there's nothing but downside for them. If you come in and change a process vein, it's going to be at a minimum 2 days of downtime for them. Or they just have to fuddle through a new system, forget a login, reset your password, that's a whole disaster. So for them, it's strictly a trust issue. It's, are you going to bring me the best tool in the world, but then take away all my tools? Because of a mistake, because of a unaware obsolescence.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of dominoes inside of these OT facilities where you change one and the thing doesn't work right.
Yep.
So there's just a lot of brittleness in some of the work we do.
Yeah.
So getting over conceptually that hurdle, and one of the biggest problems we have is that when you talk to a person in a hard hat, they want to be cyber secure. That's their second goal. They want to go home safe and they want to be secure. So that's not out of scope.
Yeah.
You just got to bring it to them on their terms. So the analogy we've been using is a sports one. The security suite gets to pick what game we play. We can pick patching, telemetry, edge, whatever we want to do. We get to pick what game.
Yeah.
But they get to pick where and when we play it.
Yeah.
So they have their patch cadence, they have their outage windows. You're not doing that on December 24th for a retail company, right? You're going to find the right time.
Yeah.
Find the right cadence, work on their schedule. So we've been working through that.
I dig that, man. Well, it's been a fantastic conversation. I encourage the folks, if you're in person here at Splunks.conf here in Vegas, I definitely encourage you to go check out the Edge Hub because not only is Sean and the Optiv team showing how you can bring intelligence to a chicken coop and candidly serving the value of easily the most important customer, your children. So good job. But
they've been excited to play with the Edge Hub. They've really enjoyed it, actually. They're like, what does this mean, Dad?
Yeah.
What's humidity? And I was like, okay.
There's so many lessons we can learn here. But candidly, the lessons we can learn on bringing operational technology and the data from those operations into our security environments, into our resilience story overall, especially in those heavy industries where the assets are quite intensive, outages mean something. It's definitely an interesting piece of technology to close the gap, break down the silos, push this idea of AI to the edge. So thanks for your awesome story on chickens. Hopefully you don't lose any more. We can keep the fox out of the hen house.
I just hope it doesn't happen in the next 2 days. That's a disaster.
Well, thanks everybody for listening to this Big Data Beard podcast live from Splunk's Conf 23. Please make sure and follow us on YouTube and on LinkedIn because we'll be having a lot more episodes here in the next week. Thanks for joining. Hi, everybody. This is the Big Data Beard podcast live from Splunk's .conf 23. I'm Corey Minton, joined by my co-hosts Kyle and Brett. Brett, by the way, welcome to being back in the comp Splunk world.
Man, it's amazing to be back. It's awesome. It's been a 2-year hiatus, and just love being back. It's awesome.
Absolutely.
You look great in the black T-shirt, man.
Boy, don't you.
Black is just my color.
So one of the things that the team here has really enjoyed this year walking around the floor at .conf is seeing a lot of the innovation that's happening with this new Splunk Edge Hub product that Splunk's launching. And so we invited Josh to join us from Arcus Data to talk a little bit about what they're doing, as we hear that this Edge Hub is cool, but it's made real and super cool by companies like Arcus that are partners. Josh, tell us a little about yourself and maybe what's Arcus's like superpower?
Yeah, thanks, Corey. Arcus Data is an analytics solutions provider based in Seattle. We've been in business for going on 5 years now. We focus on building solutions on top of Splunk as a primary platform. I myself was at Splunk from 2008 to late 2015, so know a lot about the company, the technology, et cetera, and we've actually been working with the Edge Hub device before it was called the Edge Hub device, so I won't refer to the older name, but trying to probably get those out of the marketing profile for it. But so Arcus Data does a lot of work in customizing Splunk to address a number of different challenges in industry vertical challenges like energy and utility or healthcare, or even just in kind of use case arenas, security, IoT, et cetera. Edge Hub has been a really interesting new development for us with Splunk. We are really excited at the additional visibility our customers are provided by this device. We have been trying for a long time to make sense of this data that's being generated by oftentimes 10, 20-year-old devices and in places that really don't have good networking connectivity and don't have a lot of money on top of that. And so the additional visibility we're seeing with the Edge Hub is pretty incredible. What we're also excited about, and we've kind of taken a few stabs at how to accomplish this, but getting AI at the edge, right? So getting some of that capability out to these environments that really just aren't usually able to get that. Pretty exciting, and again, from a cost perspective, before it was just cost prohibitive to get anywhere near these types of capabilities, and what Splunk has been able to do and what we've been able to help package up here is a pretty compelling overall offering. Last, I'd probably say, on the sort of theme of resilience, right? If you're looking at being resilient, obviously you need to be able to respond quickly. These devices out in these, sort of IoT, spaces definitely don't fall into that category traditionally, right? The IT inventory is usually stuff that's quicker to respond on. This, I think, is going to allow a lot of organizations to move that response time up for things that are out at the edge.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things you mentioned there is AI. So congratulations on Buzzword Bingo. You were able to work it in.
Where's
that
my
is
prize?
incredibly
No?
important.
Additional pin? No.
The fact that you didn't say generative AI just hurts my feelings, really. So tell me though that because the whole concept you kind of summarized it there, but I want to pull on it. The concept that Edge Hub is that it's actually about bringing like data that we typically don't see operators in like the IT and security space having access to that data, and that's a different silo. Why is it so important to break down those walls?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's funny. I'll give a shout out to a buddy of mine that I got hired at Splunk a long time back and did a lot to pioneer in this space at Splunk, Brian Gilmore. But
I like Brian. Brian's he was IoT
right?
king around here for years. Shout out, Brian. Miss you, brother.
Brian, love you, man. He was a customer of mine working on a large project at for Chevron subcontract at Eglin Air Force Base doing energy efficiency work with a building systems integrator, and I think helped sort of open up my mind to the fact that really it's not necessarily IoT or IT, it's everything connected to the internet now, right? So it's just the internet, right? Internet of Things, I don't know, maybe someday it'll go away here soon. So, I look at these devices as basically siloed for now, just like, let's say, prior to Splunk and technologies in this space, certain IT systems couldn't talk to other certain IT systems, and they were siloed, right? So Splunk's doing a great job breaking down some of the walls on another silo, just like it's done for over a decade, right?
Although it makes me think, though, did anybody watch Mr. Robot, the TV show?
Yeah.
Do you remember what was the hack at the end?
Oh,
Remember
yeah.
how they got in?
Yeah.
Do you know?
No,
Do you know?
What was it?
Thermostat.
Yeah.
So it's like a great example of like that, the things at the edge.
You hit
these-
Brian's use case literally on the head. That was what he
Oh,
built
really?
as a subcontractor.
What, to hack a
it was, No,
thermostat?
well, not the thermostat hacking, but tracking, thermostats basically on large campuses, right?
Yeah.
Energy and temperature. So
Yeah, we had a conversation previously with somebody working in this kind of similar space,
Yeah.
and they said that there's like the vast majority of breaches today actually are coming through the physical, the OT side, less through like cyber, the typical way we think about attacks happening. So interesting that you have to secure that edge.
yeah, it's
a
your,
real
your
thing.
weakest link, right? I mean, whether it's someone who goes through the phishing campaign over email or the person who's in, non-technical role fixing the thermostats or other sort of building controls, right? Like, it's always going to be your weakest link, right?
Yeah. And you mentioned resiliency earlier, and that's a big theme for the conference this year. And business resiliency is just super important. Why and how is getting data insights from these industrial IoT endpoints super important for that business resiliency?
Yeah, I don't think any organization can be resilient without having visibility into the critical technology that they're running. And so, there's numerous examples of some of the early projects with Edge Hub. I mean, I think one that stands out is one we've done some work in and out of over the years, Mars, right? Using this for actually the physical machinery that makes all the things we love to eat, right? And so when you think about resiliency, well, they don't have visibility into these critical machines that generate, millions of dollars of revenue. Can't really be resilient when that goes down and you need it to come back up or keep it up, right? I mean, ideally, you're getting signs of things needing preventative maintenance more so than, break fix after it happens. So, yeah, resiliency for me starts with visibility, right? You can't have something be resilient if it's not visible.
Yeah. So candy bars?
Candy bars.
That
I mean-
Mars? I wasn't sure if you were going
Yeah.
like Mars, the chocolate company, or Mars, the planet. And
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
should
are
have
we
mentioned
really?
that. I thought you could tell
Which
by
one
the
were you
belly.
looking for?
It was Mars. That Mars.
Just want to make sure too, because they do pet food as well, right? So
They do?
it's huge. Yeah.
So Ian Murphy, another shout out, consultant on our team, principal consultant, did a lot of cool work with their ServiceNow integration. And I'd have to ask what area, if any kind of group was it tied into. The pet food side, I hope not, because I'm more interested in can I get some free candy out of this?
100%. Yes,
Yeah,
of
M&Ms,
course.
Mars bars. I'm sure they have a bunch of other things under the umbrella, but really cool company and really cool use cases. So
Yeah, and we got to keep M&M safe. And
Yeah.
Yeah, protect M&Ms at all costs.
Yes, I have a vested interest. in
It's a
that.
national treasure.
Yes. Yeah, so stepping away from chocolate and candy a little bit.
And dog food.
Why?
And dog
Why?
food. A question for you. I was reading through your website a little bit and some use cases, and I wanted to hear your perspective a little bit around the use cases and scenarios for education.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting in education. There's in particular a lot of investment in research, right? And so when you think about R&D in the form of either government funded or other just self-funded by the university. One thing that we've kind of piloted a little bit is looking at commercial refrigeration. So there's been several stories where refrigeration units either by accident, like we were talking about, thermostat gets hacked. Well, what if it's more innocuous than that? Just simple, somebody makes a mistake. So research university has refrigeration unit turned off. Well, that buzzing or that alert was really loud. So janitor decided I'm gonna get rid of that while I'm doing the work. Doesn't turn it back on. I mean, there's $1 million plus lawsuit going on right now at a university in New York where that exact thing happened. And again, that's just sort of a bizarre mistake. But if it was, something more malicious in intent, like you shut down some of this refrigeration equipment, and it's going to cost quite a lot of money in any lab. And so, coming off of COVID and all the research being done, whether you're, biotech or pharmaceutical or in the university, I think the university labs. Between refrigeration and other kind of physical equipment that they have to maintain can gain a lot of visibility at the edge, right? So these devices that are typically not things tied to their IT, infrastructure or even something like Splunk can get pulled in, and whether that's HVAC like we were talking about or commercial refrigeration, I think the number of different sensors that you are able to connect with the edge are going to be pretty great in terms of visibility.
Absolutely.
So that's one thing I want to kind of talk about a little bit that I don't know that we've actually explained really well so far. Which is, So like the Edge Hub story is that you have partners like yourselves, like incredible value-added consultancies building a capability on top of Splunk, right? Splunk is the enterprise platform for data analytics that we all know and understand. This Edge Hub thing, we haven't really talked about what this thing is, and we should have grabbed one of those for to
They look
physically
pretty
show.
cool, yeah.
So tell me, you know about this thing.
Sure.
Tell the folks at a high level, what is the Edge Hub?
Yeah, I would look at it as a computing device that can sit at the places where you normally don't have the processing power, the flexibility to gather a number of different types and structures of data, and then make sense of it actually, at the device itself, rather than just being in the environment to send somewhere else, right? So there's a good amount of sort of pre-processing and AI that can be done at the device itself. You can deploy, obviously, a fleet of these across different locations. We've seen everything from data center kind of closet monitoring, right? Temperature, humidity, fan speed, all the stuff that you need to keep the IT side going, but we're in the real world, quote unquote, right? The physical side, to things like in the energy and utility space where we focus a lot. We might be concerned with what's unfortunately become a growing concern, physical attacks on energy substations and infrastructure. So, Edge Hub as a device has the ability to do things like people detection, sound, light. And so if we're in one of our examples, you can see if you come by the Partner Pavilion booth, we can show a demo of where people are detected on a dark night, light is detected, a loud sound goes along with that light, and you can correlate that there was a gunshot basically at substation equipment that took out some power.
Wow.
So something like Edge Hub enables new types of data, new sort of senses to be turned on, right? Like Splunk's really good at machine-generated data, not a human sense necessarily, but this gives it more of that kind of human sensory input, right?
That's the idea of that edge AI, right? How can you push processing out instead of having to traverse video back to process it later? Why not have it processed at the edge and actually get the event data out of there? So your goal there is basically bringing better visibility so you can see what's actually happening. And like anything that we're trying to do with Splunk, it's about accelerating the ability to go act on something interesting. So that's cool. I was really excited to see how pretty the device is.
It is a really nice
it's
looking
really
device
cool
too,
looking.
yeah.
Yeah.
What's your favorite feature on the Edge Hub?
I like the people detection. It's fun because we've played around with it in a number of different ways, and I think we're just continuing to scratch the surface on how that works. I mean, anything Splunk, we always think correlation, right? And so people detection or any of these sensors by themselves aren't really all that exciting. Other people do it. Other technologies can do this, that, or the other. But I always, look at Splunk as really more valuable for the correlation than any one single data set in it. And so I think. Same thing here, where people detection is a cool feature, and there are tons of other singular cool features, but it's really the combination of these things on the power of Splunk that makes it impactful.
Yeah, it's that context, right? It's adding that rich context, and as we add more context from more data sources, then it makes it easier to enable, like you said, that visibility that's required for resilience. Man, it's a fantastic story. So one thing I would say is, like, if you're at .conf this week, make sure you head over to that Source Pavilion. That's the expo floor where fantastic partners like Arcus Data are featured in the Edge Hub Central, where you can actually see the physical devices, you can interact with them, you can see some demos of these use cases brought to life. So make sure you're definitely checking out that Source Pavilion, and definitely check out arcusdata.io. Is that the right website?
That's it, you got it.
All right, well, head over to arcusdata.io to learn more.
Can I just do one thing here real
What's
quick?
that?
Sorry, my son made me...
What? Oh, I got something on my face?
Oh, that's real. I just wanted to check. Okay.
It's taped on.
I thought I had something on my face.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Beard's
It's
real.
your beard.
That's the first. The first time my beard has been...
Got to go for it.
Hold on, I appreciate that. Well,
I get to ask Santa for something for Christmas now, right?
I don't know if you get a wish.
I'm not going to sit on your lap or anything, so this is where we cut it off, right?
And with that, folks, we want to encourage you to be sure to stay tuned to the Big Data Beard, and thanks to Splunk for hosting us here and for helping these videos find their way to you. And if you're enjoying it, please comment and like below. Find us out there on YouTube and LinkedIn, and give us some feedback on anything you think is interesting in the world of big data and AI. I'm Corey Minton. Thanks for listening to the Big Data Beard podcast. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to another Big Data Beard podcast live from Splunk's .conf 23 in Las Vegas at the beautiful Venetian. Brett, I have to ask, you've just come back from your honeymoon in Italy. Is the Venetian an accurate representation of Venice?
It's close. Very close.
That's
the part
good.
I was at.
Well, speaking of trips around the world, I'm excited to have John Owen join us. And John, we've met before.
We have.
Where
yes.
was it that we met? Tell the folks.
I believe 2019 on an RV outside of a Buc-ee's in Texas.
What a great place to meet somebody.
Definitely.
Well, and John, you were cool enough. If for those of you who don't remember, we took an RV, outfitted it with a bunch of IoT gear. Boy, I wish we had one of these edge hubs at that point. But we were splunking an RV, crossing the country, entertaining folks with some podcasts and YouTube shows with interesting technologists. RBH was there having a good time with us. And John brought his family out to see this crazy RV that we ended up driving onto the floor of the Venetian, which was just bananas. That was kind of a surreal experience.
Yeah, I tried to forget a lot about living in an RV with you guys for 2 weeks, but I do remember the roast beef or the beef brisket sandwiches.
Brisket
at Buc-ee's.
sandwiches at Buc-ee's.
You guys want to do
That
it
was a
again.
good day.
We're doing it again.
I think we
right.
probably should.
We're doing it
Yeah, maybe in separate cars this time.
in an airplane.
Speaking of good days, we have one of the things we talked about on a couple of shows so far is our excitement around the Splunk Edge Hub, this new device. And John, before we get into some of the things you guys are doing with it, you actually brought one. I'm so excited. You actually
did.
brought the physical device to us. Would you mind telling the folks, show them what it is and talk a little bit about, what the capabilities are? That'd be super cool.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the Splunk Edge Hub device. It connects to native network and native IIoT technologies and protocols. It has onboard Edge AI sensors as well to detect anomalies for any type of sensors that you're throwing through it. They're really, really awesome devices and very, very complex for, as new to the market as they are.
Yeah. What's interesting about the Edge Hub is it's clearly a hardware device, which may feel strange for a company that's a software company like Splunk. But really, what it is, it's a device that's its express goal, as you said, was to get data, from places that we're not already getting data from, typically in Splunk, and it's being taken to market, as we've been told, with partners like Fulcrum. So. Tell the folks a little bit about what Fulcrum is and who they are and what you guys, we'll call it your superpowers are.
Yeah, so Fulcrum is based in Houston. We're a value-added reseller and consultancy company helping any and all verticals specializing in energy, medical, and other utility services. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and you talked a little bit around you work a lot in Bitcoin.
Yes, well, we have some very nice partners that do really amazing, massive things with Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining.
Okay, and is that still a thing? Because my Coinbase wallet, it says it's not, or I'm an awful investor.
It's really shifted from personal mining with individual rigs that you might have out of your mining and turning that into actual Bitcoin and funds essentially.
Wow.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about your use case surrounding Bitcoin mining.
Sure. So we're taking the value of not only the Splunk Edge Hub, but the power of Splunk itself to correlate the data that we're seeing from visibility and IoT segments of network, and marrying that up with the intelligence that we get not only from business operations, but financial operations and environmental sensors to really operationalize and add efficiency to places that is typically homegrown or self-developed things that there's no enterprise massive support a lot for enterprise side Bitcoin mines.
So what's the biggest challenge when you go work with a Bitcoin mining organization? What's the challenge in getting them to adopt something like this? And what are they thinking in terms of the implications on whether it's security or it's the operation side? What are those things that you're having to kind of convince people of as why this is an interesting use case?
That's a great question. So generally, the support for this has been, legacy SCADA systems and IoT things that, take a lot of money. That's cost prohibitive. Moving in something like this is just a new world because they've typically separated not only operations but personnel, funding, and even the sensors and decisions between those. And so having something that's able to collect and then transmit that data onto a localized and centralized platform, and then marrying that with a standard business intelligence and IT data really gives them the value that they need to make the decisions, hopefully early.
Yeah.
So for these mining operations, though, what does resilience look like for them?
Well, generally uptime, right? So their bread and butter is generating Bitcoin. If they're not doing that, they're losing money. The relationship that they typically have with power companies is very, very close because of, I mean, this is the reason why people can't really mine in their homes anymore. And so, yeah, being able to use these things to leverage those decisions, super, super valuable.
Yeah, they seem to be pretty asset intensive. I'm assuming
Absolutely.
these things are rather large. Like, how big are these environments?
I mean, power-wise, you're talking scales of comparable cities in
gosh.
terms
What?
of single
Wow.
sites. Yes, I mean we're talking sizes of large cities in Texas even for if you have 100,000 units or 200,000 units. These are large-scale enterprise because that's how you make it. You get fractions of a Bitcoin per completion, and so you need to scale that up to really get a benefit out of it
So when you say size of a city, you mean in power consumption?
in power consumption. Yes.
Are we talking like Dallas, Austin size?
We are talking large metroplexes, yes.
Insane.
It is an absolute, insane is the right word for it, nearly unfathomable.
Yeah, yeah, and are you guys working at all on like optimization of power as well, or?
A little bit. There are like industry-built facilities based around power efficiencies. Ours is to really give the insight that they need to be able to maintain how the fleet operates across the power grid, and then marrying that up with the other power consumption, which is cooling. I mean, they have to be able to maintain these rigs over time in honestly less than desirable situations, environmentally wise. And so being able to get a localized view across the pods or the mining site, so to speak, really gives them the view to say, hey, like, here's where our issue is, we need to drill down there, and hopefully there's nothing down that would prevent them from being profitable.
So one of the things you talk about in asset-intensive industries, your measurement is for success and resilience is uptime. But I'm curious if you're hearing any of the conversations in industries that are using energy at that level. What sort of sustainability conversations are they having? Is that a concern?
I mean, obviously, like the physical security and physical aspect of things are because the facility is so directly tied from financial aspect to the power grid. And so being able to maintain that relationship, and I mean, obviously it goes not only to the miners itself, but to cooling facilities, is the essence of resilience for them.
Yeah. So, as Kyle sort of said in joking, I feel like we're past the hype cycle of Bitcoin and blockchain technologies. They're now trying to figure out some of the use cases that are interesting. Clearly, people are spending inordinate amounts of money on energy to create these funds. What does that industry look like now that NFTs are not as in vogue and our Bitcoin wallets have shrunk from a personal mining perspective? What's next in that industry that you see?
I mean, they're moving essentially Wall Street equivalent, right? It's these large, almost they're financial institutions at the end of the day, right? Whether they're working in computer funded or just whatever IT solutions support that, at the end of the day, they're financially motivated. And so being able to essentially create currency is through hashing is their bread and butter. It keeps them alive.
Yeah.
It's almost like essentially like a virtual land grab, so to speak, of a literal currency, isn't it?
Pretty much.
Not like a metaverse land grab.
Right.
That's another technology for another day.
Yes.
So, when the folks are like, what's the best place for folks to learn more about what you guys are doing with the Edge Hub and kind of what the team at Fulcrum's up to?
Yeah, so definitely come check out our booth here in the Partner Pavilion as well as our website, ftsc.com. Happy to take any and all questions.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for joining us. Thanks for bringing the actual Edge Hub for folks to see. I think it's actually a very nice looking device. And I do hear, Brett, for you can actually, I think you can change the color of the LED. So I know
Sold.
that's important.
Done.
RGB built in.
There we go.
That's right. We can make it color match, maybe even make it dance to the music. We'll find out later. Thanks, everybody, for listening to another Big Data Beard podcast. And thank you so much again, John, for joining us to talk more about Edge Hub and the team at Fulcrum. Be sure, if you're enjoying these shows or if you have feedback, put some comments in the feedback below. And be sure to follow Big Data Beard on all the social handles. I'm Corey Minton. Thanks for listening to the Big Data Beard Talk podcast. Hey there, Big Data Beard fans. We are back at Splunk's .conf 23 in Las Vegas. As you know, the Big Data Beard team does love to go to a technology conference, one of our favorite things in the world. And in the last 3 years, since the Big Data Beard was kind of on a hiatus, we haven't not been doing anything. One of the things that has consumed a significant amount of time for myself and Kyle and Mr. Rob Castley, who's joining us today from Splunk, is focus on sim racing. Sim racing, the idea of a racing simulator, video game, and getting good at it. And I wanted to share a little bit about this data drivers program that the Big Data Beard team has been involved in some cases, but that Splunk has been driving forward. And so I invited Rob to join us. Rob, you are a little bit of a Formula One fan. Is that accurate?
Just a tiny one, yeah. Probably for ever since I can remember. Going back to a child, going to the Grand Prix at Brands Hatch. That shows how long ago.
Oh yeah.
When Formula One was racing around Brands Hatch. So,
They actually did that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I do love that.
They had a full Grand Prix circuit.
Okay,
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, huge fan. Huge.
Awesome. Well, it's so this Big Data Beard, or excuse me, this data drivers program was born out of this idea that we wanted to get data out of sim racing. Actually, was started by the Big Data Beard's virtual race to .conf that we did in 20, whenever we were all remote. We wanted to have some fun, so we started tinkering with getting data out of these games. But it kind of lined up nicely because Splunk is a big sponsor of McLaren's Formula One team, and we wanted to see how we could make that real. So, yeah. So, Rob, tell us about what's the big story behind Splunk sponsoring McLaren at a big picture level?
So for the partnership with Splunk and McLaren, we are able to get down and dirty with them on the data and be able to get insights into how they work with the data that they collect within the platform. It's made significant changes in the motorsport world for them on how they're able to perform and post-race analysis to be able to look at the data and understand where they can improve things, not just with the drivers, but with the cars themselves as well.
Excellent.
Yeah, we actually help with what they call the third car. So in Formula One, you have 2 cars, but you actually have a third one, which is affectionately the IT rig that travels with them to F1 circuits. And what that's doing is that's all the custom applications that are used by the manufacturers and the sensors that they look at trackside. So if you've seen them, in the paddock, you can see all the graphs and visualizations lined up. Well, because of Formula One's cost cap, we want to be able to reuse that data, look at that data, be able to not have to generate more data by driving a car, but be able to look at that data retrospectively. So we actually send that data from trackside, from the third car, back to McLaren's Technology Center in Woking, where they have a team of strategists that can actually look at the data in real time and replay it back and get more insights out of it, just from real time and retrospective.
So data is truly providing some competitive advantage. That's the story I'm hearing, which is cool.
Yeah.
One thing that I'm curious though is is Splunk's not actually getting all the data from the sensors. It's monitoring, like you said, it's the third car, the actual service.
Correct, yeah. So we leave the sensors and the monitoring of those and visualizations of race analytics, to the people who do that daily, right?
Yeah.
But what we want to do is grab that data and have those sensors act as a forwarder and those apps act as a forwarder to us.
Okay.
And then we take that data from trackside before they move the rig again and get that back safely into the MTC. So that way, it's moved because data is valuable, especially when we have a cost limitation per F1 season.
For sure.
Yeah, so in addition, though, to the track, there's also esports.
Correct.
What is McLaren doing with esports?
Yeah, so McLaren's company as a whole, right, their goal, their business objective is to win races and increase revenue.
Yeah.
Makes sense,
Makes
right?
sense. Makes sense.
You increase revenue by winning races, meaning if we're only stuck on Formula One, we're only doing about 20 some odd races a year, right? But if we can expand out, which they've done, you've seen it with Aero McLaren IndyCar team. You've seen it with McLaren Formula E. You've seen it with a number of other areas that they're working in, one of which being esports, because esports naturally has a low cost to it, right?
Yeah.
There's not a physical car to worry about. And then it helps grab talent. So yeah, it's really impressive to see what's going on. And esports, it's not just video games. It's not just kids playing. It's actually larger than music and movies industries combined.
Wow.
So it's a large total addressable market for McLaren to go in and earn more revenue. So it makes complete sense from that perspective. And it's not just McLaren that's doing it from a Formula One perspective. Every one of the 10 constructors in Formula One has an esports team.
Wow.
So they're actually able to race around in the Formula One circuits as well during the season. So it's pretty interesting to watch on top of that. So if you're looking for a race fix, check out esports as well for some good sim racing.
Yeah, F1esports.com is where all that stuff lands. It's quite interesting. One of the things, though, that you mentioned earlier was data is competitive advantage, right? And we've talked to countless numbers of organizations that have said data is, useful. It's literally how we derive value and go compete in the market more effectively. But how do you do that in esports and specifically in sim racing in the F1 world? How does somebody, actually get data out of that thing to do something useful with it? How does that work, Rob?
Yeah, so great question. We're very fortunate with the game in question, which is the EA Sports F1 franchise series of game.
Yep.
It provides the ability for you to capture the data via a UDP stream directly out of the game.
Really? Okay.
Yep. So basically, you can go into the settings of the game, into the telemetry, and you just tell the game where to send the data to.
Okay.
You then need a collection engine that is going to take that UDP data, and then it's got to do a little bit of transformation on it to turn it into a payload that you can ingest into a given platform. So in the case of what we do at Data Drivers, we take that data and we turn it into a payload that both Splunk Enterprise, Splunk Cloud can take, and Observability Cloud can take as well.
Okay.
So we've got it going into two different, engines where we can then obviously visualize the data from the games themselves. And on the esports side of thing, if you look at what McLaren achieved last year in the esports series, they won it. And they won it because of the data that we collected for them.
Wow.
Yeah. So they were able to do things like, okay, it's beginning to rain in the game, and we're starting to see lap times decrease, and they were looking at the data that they were collecting and looking at the data of, because you can actually get all the data of all the other drivers in the game as well, so not just your data.
Really?
So they were able to look at all the other drivers and seeing how they were performing, and could make the call to say, right, box, we're going to get some, intermediates on now. And, it was just having the game data there and being able to look at it and make those split-second decisions that really helped them seal that championship.
Yeah, so, what kind of data are we talking about? What's the frequency, the size?
Yeah, no. So the data, you can configure the frequency as to how often the data comes in. So you can go like from 60 hertz all the way down to 10 hertz. And then the data that actually comes in is absolutely everything, almost like having a real pit wall screen. You've got tire temps, tire deg, brake temperatures, you've got engine revs, you've got gears, you've got damage, you've got number of laps,
That's mine,
sector
damage.
times. Yeah. It is, when you see all this like on a Splunk dashboard, it's just like being at the pit wall.
Yeah.
It's super cool.
It's almost an overwhelming amount of data until you really start to go, okay, how do we use this strategically?
Yeah.
And there was even some things, I think my favorite data point that we got, or the realization that we had, was in a tire, you were pulling not just tire temp, but the inner, the middle, and the outer tire temp and the variations across that of each tire individually. So just seeing the level of detail in these it's truly not just a video game, but more so a simulation.
Yeah.
So with data drivers, they're like, so just give me some numbers. Like, what are you actually doing every second? Like, how much?
Yeah, so we do about, we set it to 10 hertz, so 10 times a second we take a sample, and we do about 300 data points a second.
Wow.
Or 300 data points 10 times a second. So we're doing about 3,000 data points or 3,000 events within a second per car. And to the point earlier, right, every constructor has 2 drivers, so we're doing about 6,000 data points a second for McLaren's 2 drivers, and then if we want to expand that further, we can do it. So it's quite a payload and quite a process to get that data from game up to Splunk. Yeah.
And the really cool thing about it is when the data's sent to Splunk Observability Cloud, it is real time.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's like sub-second.
That's what you need, right? For what you're talking about, the use cases around being able to box and all of that stuff. Like, that's super critical.
Yeah.
So what are those? I'm not I don't I don't work for McLaren. I've never been on the pit wall. I know a thing or two about cars, and I'm a Formula One fan, obviously, but what in that data set is actually like the most interesting and useful? Because you mentioned that the McLaren Shadow team used Splunk to develop a strategy during a race that ended up helping them win. What kinds of things are they looking at? I know we can get data from a lot of different places, but what was interesting?
So for me, it's always interesting. On a hot, sunny day where track temperatures are high, tyre degradation can be high.
Yeah.
So you'll be looking at the tyre deg, across that race because for those that are not familiar with Formula One, you have to change your tyres at least once in a given race. Okay. Sometimes there are strategies where 2 stops are better than 1 stop, but you'll be looking at tyre degradation on those tyres and making the call that right, round about lap 17, I need to be in and put a set of mediums on, for example.
Yeah.
So looking at that. Then they'll be looking at lap times, okay? So is the tyre that they're on currently the best tyre compared to looking at data from other drivers that might be on a different tyre strategy? Okay. And you'll see it on the TV in real life, is that you'll hear them say, right, plan B, Checo, and it's like, hang on a minute, that's a tyre strategy change.
Oh, okay.
And that can happen in the world of sim racing. Exactly.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, no, I was just going to say, data drivers, it's here. It's at Conf. So where can people go to actually share their data, their experiences driving with esports?
Yeah, great question. So if you head down to the Source Pavilion, if you go into the Source Pavilion, you'll find the data drivers stand there. We've got 2 simulators up and running for the conference this week. Just get in the queue, come and put in some best laps. You never know, you might win a prize.
Yeah, and we actually, one cool thing to point out too is we're actually testing the code that we give back to McLaren for the data collection process.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, yeah, thanks for all helping us generate some data and test the code live, right?
So you're testing in production.
Well, maybe dev, right?
Yeah, so dev is the conference.
Right.
Production is when you hand it over to McLaren.
Right. We don't have championships on the line this week, fortunately.
So what track are they racing on?
So we're actually going to be racing Vegas because we are in Vegas. And Rob and I have been working the past few weeks to get this data in. And it's been good fun because my wife will come downstairs and say, "Oh, you're playing video games again?" No, I'm working. But it's been an absolute pleasure to work with Rob, and it's pretty wild this day and age. We're actually developing, across the Atlantic from each other with me in Nashville and him outside London. So it's been really wild to, play video games, write code with somebody who's not even in the same continent as you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's worked really well, super well. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
So I have to ask, and this might be a little bit of a wedge between the friendship here, but who's the fastest driver out of the 3 of you?
Ooh, are we talking racing dirty or clean racing? I think that might
We don't
change.
need to go back and look at the virtual race to comp from 20.
No,
It's
never.
not.
Well, as of now, I've put down a 135 round Vegas, so you've got to try and beat that.
I haven't been in the seat yet, but I have a feeling that's going to be pretty hard to beat. So I did like that, Kyle. You mentioned something there that you were able to use video games in your day job to support McLaren so that you could play video games at home more often. Yeah. Brilliant strategy.
Works well.
I love that. Now, I'm curious, what's next for data drivers? Have you guys done any recent trips anywhere that you wanted to preview and tell folks about?
We just got back from the McLaren Technology Center, where we were able to film a video for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. We were able to showcase to see how resilient our drivers are. And it was an absolutely wonderful experience. That is just a beautiful,
Stunning.
beautiful building and headquarters there. And I think I had an absolute blast. You had a decent time too, Rob.
What was it like
right?
meeting Lando and Oscar? I love it. Yeah, it was quite stunning, but it's a fun thing to be a part of, seeing data brought to sim racing and esports.
And one thing for the future of data drivers.
Yeah, for sure. I did ask that question.
Absolutely asking that. One thing that if you are looking to get your hands on with racing data, we have a couple different episodes at boo.splunk.com where you can actually play with racing data through Splunk Enterprise and Splunk Ollie Cloud and Splunk ITSI. So if you do want to get your hands on with the data, that's a wonderful way to do it. Rob and I will be testing out F1 2023 to get more data out of it and see what else we can get, because as the game changes, the data changes. We want to make sure we're giving the best product out there. So stay tuned and see what else we find in the code.
I like it. Well, it's been fun to chat about the partnership between Splunk and McLaren. Clearly cool to highlight. Even neater to hear how data is being used for competitive advantage, thanks to some brilliant technologists. So thank you for the work, and thanks for letting me be part of it and talk about it. I do encourage you all to check out, again, if you're at the Source or at the .conf this week with us here in Las Vegas, swing by that Source Pavilion, get your hands on the wheel, see if you can beat Rob Castley's 135, which seems like a pretty fast time. And stay tuned for other conferences. I think at some of the other ones later this year, you'll see those McLaren simulators pop up in the Splunk booths as well. And hopefully, even more interesting data being brought to life using Splunk. So thanks so much for listening to this Big Data Beard podcast, and stay tuned for more from Splunk's .conf 23 live from Las Vegas.
Hey everybody, welcome to Splunk Studios. We are here at .conf 23. My name is Alan Naismith and I'm the director of the Splunk community. And today we're going to walk you through a segment that will provide an overview of the Splunk community, all of the platforms and programs that you can avail of. So I'd like to introduce you to my co-host today. First up, Renee.
Hi, I'm Renee Woods, also a member of the Splunk community team. I work a lot with the Splunk user groups in the online community. So I'll give you a quick intro over to Michael, and then I'll talk a bit about community. So Michael, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Michael Uschmann. I'm in the Splunk community over 12 years now, and since 8 years a Splunk Trust member.
So this shows that the Splunk community members, they stick around. They are here even longer than some of us community staff. So there are many reasons that people join the Splunk community, right? If you use Splunk, you're already naturally a member of the Splunk community. But there are so many platforms and ways to get involved. We have Splunk Answers, which is an online community. If you have questions, if there's something that you don't understand in Splunk, you can go right to community.splunk.com, type in your question, and somebody who has been there and used the product can answer your question and help you out. So that's Splunk Answers is an amazing resource. Also, if you just Google a question about Splunk, it typically takes you right to Splunk Answers, so you'll always be able to find it. Another amazing program we have is Splunk User Groups, which I'll talk about in a little bit. We have a Slack community, right? So even if you have a Slack channel, you can join the Splunk community channel separately, and it'll show up in your Slack dashboards and ask questions there and just chat with other people who use Splunk. We have plenty of places to connect. Conf is a wonderful place to meet in real life. The Splunk community, we have the Splunk Community Zone happening on site at .conf, where you can meet people in the Splunk Trust, people who are part of the community, and us community staff. The Splunk Trust is a great group. If you see the Fez, this is a Splunk Trust member. So Michael is a super user. He is very knowledgeable about Splunk and also just very helpful, right? They don't become a Splunk Trust member just because they know about Splunk Trust. It's because they're helpful in Splunk Answers, in user groups, in Slack, etc. So he is one of this top tier group of Splunk users who is here to help other Splunk community members. So that's just a little bit about the Splunk community.
Michael, could you tell us a little bit about how you got started with the Splunk community and kind of what brings you back? What are the benefits, things that you've seen that keep you coming back for more?
Yeah, so I started with the Splunk community in 2011, back then on the infamous ISC channel, which Kyle and I just had a chat about, which we need to check if it's still active, because we think there might be people still on ISC, and then it switched over to Slack, and we're using Slack now. And also Answers, which moved a bit into Community Portal, where I'm pretty active. And I think since 6 years now, I'm a moderator on there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, thank you for all of your help building the community. So I joined the Splunk team last year in October, and I've just been blown away by the amount of engagement that we have across our community platforms. Usually for companies that have one community platform, we have 3 at least, and then we have our in-person user groups as well. So there's really a whole host of opportunities, regardless of what interaction format you like. Now, our main community platform, Renee mentioned briefly, is the Answers community, and so you can get to that at community.splunk.com. We see over 300,000 unique visitors to that community every month. So it really is a massive platform that gets a ton of traffic. There's over 57,000 accepted solutions on that community. So you can imagine the amount of questions that get answered to have 57,000 accepted solutions. So that's all really valuable content that helps people as they're onboarding to Splunk and as they're learning and as they're trying to get more proficient, or maybe you're a master, but sometimes even masters get stuck, right? So I think there's always a way on Answers community for you to see, to get value. Another great thing on Answers community is our blog content. So we will share updates about community offerings, community programs, and also some behind the scenes content from Splunk. So it's very different from our documentation on our Learn platforms. you might actually like get to know people in the Splunk Trust or get to know people on the community team. So it's a nice place to hang out. And if you're at .conf, we think the community zone is a nice, fun place to hang out. And
Yep.
I think the community platform is a replica of that kind of online. One of the great things that you can get from engaging on our online community is the opportunity to kind of graduate up into our super user programs. So I'm sure many of our viewers will know Jason, who leads our super user programs. So we really have two, and one of them is new this year. So MVP is our new super user program, and that recognizes community users who are really proficient in one of our community areas. And so the benefits of being in that program are that you'll get behind the scenes access to Splunk. You'll have regular meetings with other members of the MVP program or with members of the Splunk community team. And when you come to .conf and things like that, you'll be given opportunities to speak. And so there's just a lot of benefits to engaging on the Answers community. Another platform that's really important for us I should probably talk a little bit more about Splunk Trust because I didn't really mention it there. So Splunk Trust has been going for many years, and as Renee mentioned, you'll see the folks around .conf in the fezzes. And so that really is our gold tier program that we support every year. Today we're actually going to welcome this year's new inductees into the Splunk Trust, so we're very, very excited about that. And Splunk Trust is really just a phenomenal program for our users to get involved and engaged. And I know it's one of those things that when people get into Splunk Trust, it's a big moment for their career. They can put it on their LinkedIn, they can share it with their families and friends, and when they're going for that next step in their career, actually being in the Splunk Trust is quite a notable thing. So it's a fantastic program in the community. Over the last year or so, we've started to invest more in our Slack workspace. So our Slack workspace has around 20,000 registered users. We see about 1,500 to 2,000 active users per week show up on Slack. So it really is growing rapidly. And the great thing about the Slack community is that it's real-time collaboration. So people are working through their issues, trying to solve problems in real time. And it's a fantastic resource for that. So I definitely recommend going and checking that out. There's hundreds of channels dedicated to different topics. Depending on what your area of expertise is, there's always something that you can tap into and learn more. The next thing will be user groups. So Renee, as that's your baby, I'll let you talk a little bit more about user groups.
Yeah, it's my baby. I love user groups. So I often say that many parts of the Splunk community are online, which is completely valuable. But I really value, and I know many others do too, that in-person connection with people who Splunk in your area. So I often say, maybe working on a really exciting Splunk project, and you want to go home and you want to talk about like what you just figured out and like the dashboard you just created. Your family doesn't get it, right? You can't go home and talk to your significant other or your cat, about what you did with Splunk. So user group is an amazing opportunity to connect, maybe at after work at I'm in a meeting room, in a restaurant, in a pub. Often there is a presentation. Like featuring a Splunk product or a release, or maybe there's a partner or customer giving their testimonials or their stories, a project or a use case that they have. And that's a really great way to start and facilitate conversation around Splunk. And you don't have to in every user group, really dig deep into the product. You can just connect with other people who use Splunk. Like that in itself is community. That in itself has value. But also knowing that these people are current users of Splunk. They're not people who are, like sourcing it out and like figuring it out. They're already in the product, so they can like dive in and share what they're doing in Splunk, and you can collaborate and discuss in that way. So if you go to usergroups.splunk.com, you can look and see if there's a user group in your area. There's also a space to apply to lead a user group. And the ideal Splunk user group leader is a Splunk user, obviously, right? So a customer or a partner, somebody who uses Splunk. We want to keep them authentic, right? Splunk user groups aren't sales events. They're not marketing events. This is for the users of Splunk to get together. So if it's led by a Splunk user, all of the better. Usually there's a Splunker, a Splunk employee, who will help you out a little bit to get logistics together. But it's a great opportunity to connect with other Splunkers. Conf happens once a year, and then there's a little roadshow as well. But you don't have the opportunity every month to connect with Splunk users except at a Splunk user group. So I encourage everybody to join your local user group, apply to be a leader. I always offer my assistance in getting your user group started. Our whole team will help you source content, look at venues and things like that, because we really want our Splunk user groups to be successful. It's a really amazing way to connect. That being said, as we said, Michael is a super user, one of our MVPs of the Splunk community. So not only is he moderating on Splunk Answers and being involved with Splunk Trust, but he also is involved with Splunk user groups. So I'd love to hear about your experience with Splunk user groups and maybe how it's helped you in your Splunk journey.
Yeah, so basically what Renee said, but it's also good to have user groups and actually get other user group leaders to just share what they did or invite them even. So I had, for example, Tony giving us a talk like 2 years ago. He was via Zoom called in, but yeah, we share in between user groups as well.
Yeah.
So it's not just, we do this. No, we don't let you know what we did.
Yeah.
So it's also a sharing between the user groups. And then, yeah, being a Splunk Trust member, we get also access to people in Splunk that normally people don't get access to. So that's also nice for user groups.
Yeah.
Right.
And do you find that now, are your user groups in person? Are they online? Are they hybrid? How can people?
Mostly
engage?
back to in person. Yeah.
Nice, great. That's one of the things. User groups are really flexible as well.
Correct.
And so I know some user groups are a mixture. So some months they'll go in person, and some months that they'll also have a Zoom kind of meetup as well. So I think that's one of the things that changed with the pandemic is there's flexibility now, and I know some folks from different countries will actually sign up and go to a meetup in a different country just to see what it's like. And I think that's one of the wonderful things about the Splunk community is that it is truly global. We have over 150 user group chapters across the world. And so really, no matter where you are in the world, like if you can't be here with us in the US in person, like there's probably one in your country. And if not, get in contact with us and we can help you. We can help you set one up. And I know, like, give a shout out to Michael. Like he just came in from New Zealand like last night. And so he's like running on fumes, and we're so happy that you're here. But yeah, thank you for like all of the organizing that you do for the user groups. We appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think hybrid, to your point, Alan, it's a great way to share. Some people still aren't able to meet in person. Some groups have already the cadence of meeting online since the pandemic, so they're just continuing to meet online. And I could attend a user group in Germany if I wanted to, just by tuning into the online version. So that's a really good point. Hybrid is still an option. And that's a good way to source content, right? Like, Michael said, if you see an amazing speaker at a user group in a different area, you can then invite them to speak for yours, right? If it's online, that is the power of doing it virtually. So hybrid is an amazing option. And also, we understand that for user group leaders, this is on top of your day-to-day job. So maybe you don't have time to find a venue and arrange logistics, every other month or so. But maybe it's more feasible to meet quarterly in person and more frequently online. So definitely a flexible program.
Yeah, I'll give a shout out for a program that we launched earlier this year, and it's user groups plugged in. And so that program gives user group leaders the opportunity to apply to Splunk to have their event sponsored. So what that can look like can be various different things. It can be, we'll cover food and beverage costs, or sometimes we might be able to actually send a Splunker to your event, depending on where you're based, in person. If not, we could at least organize somebody to show up and present on a certain topic on Zoom, and maybe there might even be some swag in it for you as well. So I'd say come work with us, come chat with us. We do have swag, we do have a little bit of budget, so we might be able to hook you up if you ask nicely. We've committed to it now, so we'll have to do it. Okay, so thank you. Thanks for joining me for this session. So I think I'll do a quick recap of all of the different platforms that we offer. So community.splunk.com is our Answers community, and that is our our biggest and largest community that you can find located directly on the Splunk website. We have the Slack workspace as well, and then we also have our user groups, which is our in-person meetups, and they're located at usergroups.splunk.com. So again, I would encourage all viewers to come, have a look around the community platforms, come and say hi. We're on the community at least 5 days a week, answering questions and helping out where we can. And so I'd encourage you to come and sign up and say hello. So I think that's it from me. Any final words? Closing thoughts? You're good?
No, all good.
Okay, well, thank you. Thanks for joining us here at Splunk Studios, and we'll see you again in the future. Thank you.
Welcome. You are joining us live at .conf 23, and we are here in the Splunk studio broadcasting from the Venetian in Las Vegas, so thank you for being with us. I am Claire Hockin. I am the Chief Marketing Officer here at Splunk, and I'm joined by Mike Horn, who is our GM of Security Products, in what is his first .conf. So we're going to get into all things security and all things conf. So Mike, welcome.
Thanks, Claire. Good to see my neighbor.
I know. We live close together in real life, and here we are out on the road, which is always a pleasure. So good to have you here. So this is my 5th .conf. It's also my 5th Splunkversary this week. So I have this great party that we have thrown, but it's your first, and I think .conf is a real experience. So I just wanted to ask, what's different about .conf to other events you might have been to?
Sure. So first, congratulations on 5 years.
Thank you.
That's amazing. So I think there's a ton of things that make it different from other conferences. The Fezzes, with Splunk Trust, the 20-foot tall Buttercup, just all the energy and enthusiasm. Splunk always manages to make things really fun. So I think we don't take ourselves too seriously, and that's one of the things that I love about Splunk. In terms of first conference, it's been amazing in getting a chance to spend time with so many customers, partners, other Splunkers that I don't always get to see, and it's been a great opportunity to spend time with folks and talk about my passion, which is security.
Awesome, and I think the thing at .conf, you get all of those steps in. It's incredibly busy, and the wonderful thing is you can step into sort of any room in this whole exhibition hall or even in our virtual program, and something different is happening with a different kind of community. People are in our hands-on labs learning things. We have analysts here. We have members of the media. We have a boss of the SOC, one of our capture the flag competitions. There's keynotes, there's a whole pavilion. We've even bought the Splunk SOC here. So there's just a ton happening. I just wondered, what have been the highlights in the sort of off-the-road programming that you can share?
Yes, so you hit on a few of them. I was really excited about Boss of the SOC and my chance to see that for the first time live, and had an opportunity to be there when it got started, and then check back in a number of times. First of all, congrats to everybody who participated and the folks that won. It was amazing to see just, again, both the energy, some of which I saw a lot of sugar and other things that helped fuel that energy. But yeah, it was really fun to be a part of and to see that. I think that's one of the things that really makes Splunk unique, and this makes this a wonderful event. Enjoyed having a chance to sit in on keynotes, participate in a keynote myself, and it's just been a lot of fun. It's so many things that it's hard to know which are the highlights.
Well, let's talk about that keynote, because I think in my role, we casually said, hey, Mike, do you want to be in the keynote? You're like, yeah, sure, happy to help. And then you go on a journey with our customers, with other members of the Splunk team to get that keynote ready. Hundreds of hours, probably many, many versions of slides, but I think it went really, really well. So I'd love to dig into your keynote experience and most importantly, what we were actually announcing in terms of the security product portfolio.
Yeah, so it was a lot of work, as you said, going into it, and the team is amazing, so thank you to all of your team that did a lot of hard work to get things ready. They helped make me look good, which I appreciate. We talked about a number of things. I'd say certainly I'm going to start with what's near and dear to my heart, which is we talked about Attack Analyzer, which is a product that we announced available for everybody now. Attack Analyzer is what was formerly known as TwinWave, which is how I got to Splunk. So, as you know, we were acquired back in November of last year, and I was one of the co-founders and CEO at TwinWave. So it's really exciting to see that go through the journey of getting into Splunk and getting integrated and kind of getting all the pieces together, and having some early customer adoption there, and now being able to take it to a much broader set of customers. The demo booth has been slammed. It's been a lot of fun. Both of our sessions were standing room only. So, that's been a highlight for me in terms of things that we've announced. Excited about that. If you're interested in learning more about Attack Analyzer, talk to your account team. We'll be happy to set up a demo and share more information. We also talked about a number of other great things that we're doing all across the product portfolio. So I'm really proud of all the work that the team's been doing across the security products. So on our SIM product, enterprise security, we've got a number of exciting things coming. We talked about some machine learning powered detection capabilities that are coming out. We talked about some nice new features in terms of the incident review dashboard and being able to add more saved searches for correlation searches, being able to get automatic incident refresh, bringing back the incident review timeline, lots of things that people were really excited about. And those all came out of Splunk ideas or customer conversations. So, we are listening, and I highly encourage folks to spend the time to go into Splunk ideas and do things there.
There was a lot of love actually for that, so it's great to see those ideas coming for customers and you and your team sort of ticking off the list and getting things back in the hands. It's really brilliant.
That's right, and then we had SOAR product announcements, so we're doing a number of great things in our SOAR product. We're continuing to invest there. We're adding something called logic loops, which basically help people do more complex, more robust playbooks. So that's something that people have been asking for a number of years, and I'm excited to say that we're bringing that to them in the near future. We also talked about mission control. So you've heard quite a bit about mission control. And so that's our ability to bring together both SIM, SOAR, threat intelligence, and other parts of the product portfolio will come into that later as well. And really providing that unified experience for a SOC analyst or somebody working on an investigation, so they don't have to leave the interface that they're in to go take actions or go do other things. They'll be able to do that all from one common interface. And we rebuilt it as a Splunk app from the ground up. So that means that customers that are on-prem will also in the future be able to take advantage of mission control. So it's not just a cloud only, and I think that really reflects some of Gary's message that he brought up in his keynote, which was about, hey, we're committed to customer managed, whether that's on-prem in a customer managed cloud environment. We are committed to that hybrid model. We know that we need to deliver innovation both in the cloud and for customer managed products.
And I think one question I did have for you is we're taking customers on a journey to be more resilient. And we know it's tough out there. It's an incredibly complex landscape with threats. Visibility is difficult. Competition, there's tools everywhere. So when we think about the value of the Splunk security portfolio, how would you articulate that sort of all up? And I know we're proud to have been a market leader for more than a decade, but when we look at that today, what most resonates with you in terms of why customers should pick Splunk?
Yeah, I think a number of things. First of all, the breadth of our coverage, the number of different log sources that we can ingest. I think we're a leader there. Yeah. The quality of our detection content. We have over 1,400 detections in our content library that customers can go evaluate and use. The advanced frameworks, things like threat intelligence framework, assets and identities, and others. A risk-based alerting, which helps cut down on the volume of alerts and adds more fidelity and scoring to things so that you can make sure that the things that you're working on are the most important. So I think there's a lot of things there across that part of the portfolio, and then augmenting that with the automation capabilities that come with SOAR. So many things to talk about, but I'm really proud of the work that the team's done. I'm proud of the products, and I think the best is yet ahead.
Awesome. And I think one thing is thinking about the enterprise scale and sort of meeting our customers where they are and helping them get ready for anything is certainly not easy. And one of the great things about .conf is actually having so many customers together. We have thousands on the ground here. We have thousands more watching virtually. And one of those customers that joined you on stage was VMware. Mm-hmm. And I thought it would be really interesting for you to talk to sort of how customers are using Splunk and maybe using that VMware example to shed a little light.
Sure. Yeah, and first of all, I want to give a shout out to Matt from VMware
for awesome.
Coming up.
Yep.
And those lights are bright, and you look out, and there's a lot of people out there, and the team.
Just for the audience, we put Matt under pressure. He was amazing, but we put him under, like a 100-foot screen with the VMware software sort of version of Splunk behind him, and he did a live demo on stage in front of thousands of people, and he was absolutely awesome. And
Yes.
I think he's just come back from an international trip to India, so he did it with jet lag. So Matt's a hero.
Yeah, and he participated in bots.
there you go.
He and his team, I think they came
Superman.
in third, so they did a really good job on that front as well. So so they're a great classic example. They're using our core products in terms of SIM and SOAR. They're leveraging advanced capabilities, so they're big fans of risk-based alerting. They're taking advantage of all those kinds of things, and then they're using SOAR to do the automation. So they're able to take that information and automate and do perform the additional actions, whether that's enrichment or whether that's updating security controls. They're able to do those kinds of things. So they're using the products really well. They're excited about mission control and attack analyzer. So Matt got a chance to see attack analyzer a few weeks ago, leading up to the demo, and he was like, "Oh, we got to look at that." And so it was great to hear.
That's wonderful. We also had IKEA, I think, was one of our very first SIM customers, and now they're sort of expanding their resilience journey using Splunk observability. So it's just really great to see everybody sort of grow up and face the world together with Splunk, which is great. Let's talk crystal balls. So predictions. I thought I might as well just pick your brain, but we've talked a lot about where we are today and where we've got to, but what do you think is ahead in the world of security?
Yeah. So I'd say there's a couple basic things, and I'll move on to some things that maybe are more interesting. But we know the threat landscape is going to constantly evolve, and we don't you never know exactly what that's going to look like. But we had the recent event where Microsoft shut off macros for externally sourced documents. Attackers pivoted over to using OneNote with embedded scripts. So there's always movement on that, and so that change is constant. So I think one thing, it's not much of a crystal ball, but we'll continue to see that. Mm-hmm. We talked about AI, and I'm really excited about AI. I view AI as being the next generation, the next wave of automation for security. And I was part of the first wave of automation, so I had started a company that was an original SOAR provider, and so I went through that journey of convincing customers that security automation could help them. It wasn't something to be afraid of. everybody's, what happens if it blocks the internet? What happens if my CEO stops getting his email, right?
Yep.
I think we made it through those kinds of concerns, and now to see AI evolving and becoming, with generative AI and LLMs, being able to help security analysts do things faster. So you may be able to go write the SPL yourself, but wouldn't it be easier to just use natural language and say, show me all the things that meet this criteria, as opposed to necessarily needing to go craft the SPL. So I think it's going to be a game changer in terms of productivity and helping folks that are newer into either security or Splunk or other things be able to do more and do it faster.
That's amazing. And we heard from our CTO, Min Wong, with Splunk's vision for AI. We launched a Splunk AI assistant, but we're going to hold you to that, Mike. So you've given us predictions. We're going to check in a year's time at Next.conf and see where we landed. So
I look
no
forward,
pressure.
I look forward
You have
to
a year
it.
to go build some really cool stuff, so that's good. This is also a special year for Splunk. It's our 20th birthday. So Splunk is 20, which is very exciting. Firstly, what were you doing 20 years ago?
Oh, gosh.
Where were you and what were you
Yes,
doing?
so 20 years ago, I would have been in Colorado. I'm now out in California, but I would have been back in Colorado, and I would have been working on at a technology startup called Vertella, running an engineering team there and building out secure networks for large banks and other organizations. So that was part of the work, my security journey. I've always enjoyed solving customer problems, and that was a place where I was able to go do that.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I was thinking back, I was living in London, working for a big French consultancy at the time, spending lots of time in Europe, and now here we are, both Splunkers, and we both live about 100 yards from each other in real life in California, so there you go. But what's one of the biggest lessons that you've learned over the last 20 years?
Oh gosh, I've made lots of mistakes. So I try to learn.
I was trying to avoid those.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to learn from all those. I try to make new mistakes. I think that's a lesson that I've learned, and I think it always comes back to me when I think about things with my product hat on. it's all about, at the end of the day, how do we make customers successful and what are the outcomes they're trying to achieve, and how do we make sure that the things that we're building help them do that. And so, I've seen that play out, a number of different times, and where companies get it right, and I've worked on products that just totally nail it, and I've seen cases where we don't get it right, and we have to go figure it out. And so I think that's the biggest thing for me, is that it all comes down to the customer, because if you make them successful, we'll be successful.
I think that's great advice, and it's really, really relevant for the world we live in today. Okay, so describe Conf in one word.
Splunky.
Splunky.
I took the easy out.
No, that's good.
But you only gave me one word.
Okay,
so.
I'm going to give you one more word.
Oh, gosh. Fun.
Fun, yeah, fun and Splunky. I think that's fair. There's just so much to learn and do. And I'm seeing someone out there who has put this event together, and looking at her, and she's got a huge smile on her face, and now I'm waving. So it's fun, and it's great to see the people that have built this over literally weeks, months, and years still feel happy at the end of day 3, which makes me happy too. So that's fantastic.
Oh, I could have used my one word, tired.
Tired, I know. You're only tired when you sit down. I think then you get up and go again. But it's an incredible week. And if you're watching, there's just so much going on online there. Everything that Mike has talked about. I think you authored a blog for us talking about what's new in security, which is definitely worth checking out. We also announced our new partnership with Microsoft Azure to build Splunk natively.
That was exciting.
I know. Maybe you could share a bit more of your perspective on that.
Yeah. So I've had a number of customer meetings since we made that announcement, and customers are certainly excited about it. I think it's going to be a great partnership. Certainly a lot of customers are tied very closely to Microsoft, and I think starting, just to be clear, we're available through the Microsoft Marketplace, US and internationally coming soon. And then we're working together to figure out the ways that we can uniquely add value together for customers. So, what we want to do is work as design partners and make sure that we're solving really interesting, hard problems for customers together.
That's awesome. And I know on that first ability to transact on the Azure Marketplace, we had our first transaction this morning, which is amazing.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I know.
All right.
So that's something that customers are really excited about. So go check that out as well. But it's real, it's live, it works, and I think it's gonna be a game changer, which is great. So, Mike, any closing thoughts?
No, I mean, it's such a pleasure to be here. I really love all the energy and passion that our customers have for Splunk, and we appreciate all the feedback and input. These sessions are amazing to get a chance to spend more time with customers. I wish I could do even more meetings. I feel like my calendar is packed, but I'd love to talk to every single one of the folks that are here, and we certainly appreciate everything that our customers do for us, and we want to make sure that we're showing up and doing the right thing for them every day too.
Yeah, I think that's a great place to leave it. So thank you for watching, Mike. Thanks for being with me in the Splunk studios, and we'll catch you later.
you.